There's a child in every home and every community. They will grow up to be symbols of unity. They'll be colorblind to race and ethnicity. That's the vision of a leader like President Irfan Ali. I'm talking about the one Guyana where our people can live in peace, where every race trusts each other, where racial prejudice no longer exists. Our children will have one Guyana to grow up in a land united and free with equality and blessed with prosperity. For too long we've been fighting one another. It's race against race, but in the end the country suffer. Oh, we were born here, not in India nor Africa. But if we can't get along, the foreigners gon' eat we supper. We must put an end to racism. Let it end now with this generation. Together we'll develop this nation. Make Guyana the gem of the Caribbean. Don't listen to them wicked politicians who will divide us to win an election, believe it or not. Guyanese now smarter than that. Yeah, I told you, it's your boy Padmore. Unity is the key. We are all one and we should be treated as one. Our ancestors were slaves and laborers, but the life they endured made it better for us. We honor their sacrifice and the freedom they bought for we. But some descendants of slaves use that to fuel the rich. It doesn't matter what's your skin color, when we bleed blood it's red the same. Let's respect and love one another. When a brother cry, we must feel the pain. We're Portuguese, African and Indian. We're Chinese mixed up, we're Amerindians. We're all Guyanese. Let's end this segregation. I'm appealing to Guyanese in the diaspora. We welcome you home. We've got a lot to offer. It's not the same place that you run away from. Come see the paradise Guyana has now become. I'm talking about the one Guyana where our people can live in peace, where every race trusts each other, where racial prejudice no longer exists. Our children will have one Guyana to grow up in a land united and free with equality and blessed with prosperity. It's a message. I just want you to understand. Stop and think for a minute. Really think for a minute. If we can't fix the present, then we should. This is Quincy Anderson. You know I love my country. There's no other country better than mine. Welcome to Guyana, land of 6 races, 6 different faces, and we all live in love. Guyana is a beautiful country, no other can compare. Got everything right here, so no other can compare. Guyana is made up of so many natural resources. We don't need no forces, cause we got enough resources. Let's talk about bauxite, gold, diamond, and rice. We got it right here. Guyana ain't going nowhere. We got enough oil to one Guyana. I love Guyana. Guyana, my country, my home. The only place I call home. One Guyana. I love Guyana. Guyana, my country, my home. The only place I call home. Hey, hey, Guyana is nice, Guyana is fun, Guyana is clean, Guyana is green, Guyana got oil, Guyana got gold, Guyana got young and Guyana got old. I ain't talking no more. Guyana got things, we growing wings and developing things. The government real and that's a big deal. I'm singing from my heart, Guyana. I love Guyana. Guyana, my country, my home. The only place I call home. One Guyana. I love Guyana. Guyana, my country, my home. The only place I call home. Welcome to we got enough resources. Let's talk about bauxite, gold, diamond, and rice. We got it right here. Guyana ain't going nowhere. We got enough oil to one Guyana. I love Guyana. Guyana, my country, my home. The only place I call home. One Guyana. I love Guyana. Guyana, my country, my home. The only place I. This is Quincy Anderson. know I love my country. There's no other country better than mine. Welcome to Guyana, land of 6 races, 6 different faces, and we all live in love. Guyana is a beautiful country, no other can compare. Got everything right here, so no other can compare. Guyana is made up of so many natural resources. We don't need no forces, cause we got enough resources. Let's talk about bauxite, gold, diamond, and rice. We got it right here. Guyana ain't going nowhere. We got enough oil too. One Guyana, I love Guyana. Guyana, my country, my home. The only place I call home. One Guyana, I love Guyana. Guyana, my country, my home. The only place I call home. Hey, hey, Guyana is nice, Guyana is fun, Guyana is clean, Guyana is green, Guyana got oil, Guyana got gold, Guyana got young and Guyana got old. I ain't talking no more. Guyana got things, we growing wings and developing things. The government real and that's a big deal. I'm singing from my heart, Guyana. I love Guyana. Guyana, my country, my home. The only place I call home. One Guyana. I love Guyana. Guyana, my country, my home. The only place I call home. Welcome to Guyana, land of 6 races, 6 different faces, and we all live in love. Guyana is a beautiful country, no other can compare. Got everything right here, so no other can compare. Guyana is made up of so many natural resources. We don't need no forces, cause we got enough resources. Let's talk about bauxite, gold, diamond, and rice. We got it right here. Guyana ain't going nowhere. We got enough oil too. One Guyana, I love Guyana. Guyana, my country, my home. The only place I call home. One Guyana, I love Guyana. Guyana, my country, my home. The only place I... This is Quincy Anderson. You know I love my country. There's no other country better than mine. Welcome to Guyana, land of 6 races, 6 different faces, and we all live in love. Guyana is a beautiful country, no other can compare. Got everything right here, so no other can compare. Guyana is made up of so many natural resources. We don't need no forces, cause we got enough resources. Let's talk about bauxite, gold, diamond, and rice. We got it right here. Guyana ain't going nowhere. We got enough oil too. One Guyana, I love Guyana. Guyana, my country, my home. The only place I call home. One Guyana, I love Guyana. Guyana, my country, my home. The only place I call home. Hey, hey, Guyana is nice, Guyana is fun, Guyana is clean, Guyana is green, Guyana got oil, Guyana got gold, Guyana got young and Guyana got old. I ain't talking no more. Guyana got things, we growing wings and developing things. The government real and that's a big deal. I'm singing from my heart, Guyana. I love Guyana. Guyana, my country, my home. The only place I call home. One Guyana, I love Guyana. Guyana, my country, my home. The only place I call home. Welcome to Guyana, land of 6 races, 6 different faces, and we all live in love.
How I misbehaving? Why do?
Country, no other can compare.
I suppose that,
got everything right
like I saw in me.
So no other can compare. Guyana is made up of so many natural resources.
Oh my goodness.
We don't need no forces. forces, cause we got enough resources. Let's talk about bauxite, gold, diamond, and rice. We got it right here. Guyana ain't going nowhere. We got enough oil to one Guyana. I love Guyana. Guyana, my country, my home. The only place I call home. One Guyana. I love Guyana. Guyana, my country, my home. The only place I. This is Quincy Anderson. You know I love my country. There's no other country better than mine. Welcome to Guyana, land of 6 races, 6 different faces, and we all live in love. Guyana is a beautiful country, no other can compare. Got everything right here, so no other can compare. Guyana is made up of so many natural resources. We don't need no forces, cause we got enough resources. Let's talk about bauxite, gold, diamond, and rice. We got it right here. Guyana ain't going nowhere. We got enough oil to one Guyana. I love Guyana. Guyana, my country, my home. The only place I call home. One Guyana. I love Guyana. Guyana, my country, my home. The only place I call home. Hey, hey, Guyana is nice, Guyana is fun, Guyana is clean, Guyana is green, Guyana got oil, Guyana got gold, Guyana got young and Guyana got old. I ain't talking no more. Guyana got things, we growing wings and developing things. The government real and that's a big deal. I'm singing from my heart, Guyana. I love Guyana. Guyana, my country, my home. The only place I call home. One Guyana. I love Guyana. Guyana, my country, my home. The only place I call home. Welcome to Guyana, land of 6 races, 6 different faces, and we all live in love. Guyana is a beautiful country, no other can compare. Got everything right here, so no other can compare. Guyana is made up of so many natural resources. We don't need no forces, cause we got enough resources. Let's talk about bauxite, gold, diamond, and rice. We got it right here. Guyana ain't going nowhere. We got enough oil to one Guyana. I love Guyana. Guyana, my country, my home. The only place I call home. One Guyana. I love Guyana. Guyana, my country, my home. The only place I. This is Quincy Anderson. You know I love my country. There's no other country better than mine. Welcome to Guyana, land of 6 races, 6 different faces, and we all live in love. Guyana is a beautiful country, no other can compare. Got everything right here, so no other can compare. Guyana is made up of so many natural resources. We don't need no forces, cause we got enough resources. Let's talk about bauxite, gold, diamond, and rice. We got it right here. Guyana ain't going nowhere. We got enough oil to one Guyana. I love Guyana. Guyana, my country, my home. The only place I call home. One Guyana. I love Guyana. Guyana, my country, my home. The only place I call home. Hey, hey, Guyana is nice, Guyana is fun, Guyana is clean, Guyana is green, Guyana got oil, Guyana got gold, Guyana got young and Guyana got old. I ain't talking no more. Guyana got things, we growing wings and developing things. The government real and that's a big deal. I'm singing from my heart, Guyana. I love Guyana. country, my home, the only place I call home. One Guyana, I love Guyana. Guyana, my country, my home, the only place I call home. Welcome to Guyana, land of 6 races, 6 different faces, and we all live in love. Guyana is a beautiful country, no other can compare. Got everything right here, so no other can compare. Guyana is made up of so many natural resources. We don't need no forces, cause we got enough resources. Let's talk about bauxite, gold, diamond, and rice. We got it right here. Guyana ain't going nowhere. We got enough oil too. One Guyana, I love Guyana. Guyana, my country, my home, the only place I call home. One Guyana, I love Guyana. Guyana, my country, my home, the only place I... This is Quincy Anderson. You know I love my country. There's no other country better than mine. Welcome to Guyana, land of 6 races, 6 different faces, and we all live in love. Guyana is a beautiful country, no other can compare. Got everything right here, so no other can compare. Guyana is made up of so many natural resources. We don't need no forces, cause we got enough resources. Let's talk about bauxite, gold, diamond, and rice. We got it right here. Guyana ain't going nowhere. We got enough oil too. One Guyana, I love Guyana. Guyana, my country, my home, the only place I call home. One Guyana, I love Guyana. Guyana, my country, my home, the only place I call home. Hey, hey, Guyana is nice, Guyana is fun, Guyana is clean, Guyana is green, Guyana got oil, Guyana got gold, Guyana got young and Guyana got old. I ain't talking no more. Guyana got things, we growing wings and developing things. The government real and that's a big deal. I'm singing from my heart, Guyana, I love Guyana. Guyana, my country, my home, the only place I call home. One Guyana, I love Guyana. Guyana, my country, my home, the only place I call home. Welcome to Guyana, land of 6 races, 6 different faces, and we all live in love. Guyana is a beautiful country, no other can compare. Got everything right here, so no other can compare. Guyana is made up of so many natural resources. We don't need no forces, cause we got enough resources. Let's talk about bauxite, gold, diamond, and rice. We got it right here. Guyana ain't going nowhere. We got enough oil too. One Guyana, I love Guyana. Guyana, my country, my home, the only place I call home. One Guyana, I love Guyana. Guyana, my country, my home, the only place I... This is Quincy Anderson. You know I love my country. There's no other country better than mine. Welcome to Guyana, land of 6 races, 6 different faces, and we all live in love. Guyana is a beautiful country, no other can compare. Got everything right here, so no other can compare. Guyana is made up of so many natural resources. We don't need no forces, cause we got enough resources. Let's talk about bauxite, gold, diamond, and rice. We got it right here. Guyana ain't going nowhere. We got enough oil too. One Guyana, I love Guyana. Guyana, my country, my home. The only place I call home. One Guyana. I love Guyana. Guyana, my country, my home. The only place I call home. Hey, hey, Guyana is nice, Guyana is fun, Guyana is clean, Guyana is green, Guyana got oil, Guyana got gold, Guyana got young and Guyana got old. I ain't talking no more. Guyana got things, we growing wings and developing things. The government real and that's a big deal. I'm singing from my heart, Guyana. I love Guyana. Guyana, my country, my home. The only place I call home. One Guyana. I love Guyana. Guyana, my country, my home. The only place I call home. Welcome to Guyana, land of 6 races, 6 different faces, and we all live in love. Guyana is a beautiful country, no other can compare. Got everything right here, so no other can compare. Guyana is made up of so many natural resources. We don't need no forces, cause we got enough resources. Let's talk about bauxite, gold, diamond, and rice. We got it right here. Guyana ain't going nowhere. We got enough oil too. One Guyana. I love Guyana. Guyana, my country, my home. The only place I call home. One Guyana. I love Guyana. Guyana, my country, my home. The only place I... This is Quincy Anderson. You know I love my country. There's no other country better than mine. Welcome to Guyana, land of 6 races, 6 different faces, and we all live in love. Guyana is a beautiful country, no other can compare. Got everything right here, so no other can compare. Guyana is made up of so many natural resources. We don't need no forces, cause we got enough resources. Let's talk about bauxite, gold, diamond, and rice. We got it right here. Guyana ain't going nowhere. We got enough oil too. One Guyana. I love Guyana. Guyana, my country, my home. The only place I call home. One Guyana. I love Guyana. Guyana, my country, my home. The only place I call home. Hey, hey, Guyana is nice, Guyana is fun, Guyana is clean, Guyana is green, Guyana got oil, Guyana got gold, Guyana got young and Guyana got old. I ain't talking no more. Guyana got things, we growing wings and developing things. The government real and that's a big deal. I'm singing from my heart, Guyana. I love Guyana. Guyana, my country, my home. The only place I call home. One Guyana. I love Guyana. Guyana, my country, my home. The only place I call home. Welcome to Guyana, land of 6 races, 6 different faces, and we all live in love. Guyana is a beautiful country, no other can compare. Got everything right here, so no other can compare. Guyana is made up of so many natural resources. We don't need no forces, cause we got enough resources. Let's talk about bauxite, gold, diamond, and rice. We got it right here. Guyana ain't going nowhere. We got enough oil too. One Guyana. I love Guyana. Guyana, my country, my home. The only place I call home. One Guyana. I love Guyana. Guyana, my country, my home. The only place I... This is Quincy Anderson. You know I love my country. There's no other country better than mine. Welcome to Guyana, land of six races, six different faces, and we all live in love. Guyana is a beautiful country, no other can compare. Got everything right here, so no other can compare. Guyana is made up of so many natural resources. We don't need no forces, cause we got enough resources. Let's talk about bauxite, gold, diamond, and rice. We got it right here. Guyana ain't going nowhere. We got enough oil too. One Guyana, I love Guyana. Guyana, my country, my home. The only place I call home. One Guyana, I love Guyana. Guyana, my country, my home. The only place I call home. Hey, hey, Guyana is nice, Guyana is fun, Guyana is clean, Guyana is green, Guyana got oil, Guyana got gold, Guyana got young and Guyana got old. I ain't talking no more. Guyana got things, we growing wings and developing things. The government real and that's a big deal. I'm singing from my heart, Guyana. I love Guyana. Guyana, my country, my home. The only place I call home.
Good afternoon, and welcome to this live broadcast of uh, Budget 2024, the presentation where we have Senior Minister within Office of the Prime Minister here to present Budget 2028, which will showcase what exactly the government has in store for Guyanese for 2024. As you can see, several ministers here already. They've already taken their seats. I saw Minister Ashley Singh here as well, ready for the presentation. A lot of government ministers and members of parliament, Minister of Agriculture, ministers in the Ministry of Public Works, ministers in the Ministry of Housing and Water, Minister of Home Affairs. We have the Minister of, I don't know whether to say public service or regional development, but I don't think they would have changed or signed yet. Minister Manik Chan is here. Minister Hugh Todd as well. Minister of Health, Minister Edgel also, the Attorney General, Minister of Labor, Minister of Natural Resources, the Minister of Cultures and Sport, Minister of Amerindian Affairs. We also have the Prime Minister here as well. I saw the Minister within the Office of the Prime Minister, the Honorable Kwame McCoy. I see Minister Colin Crowell, the Minister of Housing, and we have Minister Dr. Vindhya Prasad, the Minister of Social Human Services and Social Security, and also the staff of the Ministry of Finance are here as well for this presentation. Minister Ashley Singh has stepped out for a few. The session is scheduled to begin at 2 p.m. It's a little after 2, and it's a stark contrast on the other side of the house, where only person here seated right now would be MP Figuera in his seat, waiting for this presentation to begin. We also have Asha Kissoon, the Deputy Speaker of the National Assembly, is here and waiting for these proceedings to begin. On the right-hand side of the opposition side, we have Maureen Philadelphia. I don't remember this guy's name. Miss Natasha St. Louis, Miss Ferguson. I see Miss Beverly Alert, also a member of parliament. They're here. Oh, I forgot to have Mr. Kamran Ramjatan is here as well for today's budget presentation. However, I've not seen a lot of the other MPs show up as yet for today's proceedings. So today is when we find out exactly what the government has in store for Guyanese for 2024, how they plan to continue on the development path and the development agenda to progress all parts of Guyana, whether it be infrastructure, healthcare, education, agriculture, telecommunication, human services, youth, culture and sport, natural resources, labor, Amerindian affairs, tourism, housing, all these various sectors that are very important to Guyana's development. We will hear what the government has budgeted for 2024 and how Guyana will continue on its upward trajectory since August of 2020, when President Dr. Mohamed Irfan Ali returned to office. Well, the PPP returned to office in 2020 under the leadership of Dr. President Mohamed Irfan Ali. We have some students here as well. The media is here. Quite a few people from the Department of Public Information. We have some people from Oil Now. And, the room is filling up slowly. I saw Mr. Schumann, the former speaker. He's all the way over there talking to the head of Go Invest. And, I see various persons from agencies and ministries piling in to listen to Dr. Ashley Singh's presentation. And I'm figuring we should begin shortly with his presentation for Budget 2024. And you are watching this broadcast coming to you live from the Artichoke Conference Center.
Oh yes, a lot of you gon' vex, but I tell you, sometimes you just got to listen. There's a child in every home and every community. They will grow up to be symbols of unity. They'll be colorblind to race and ethnicity. That's the vision of a leader like President Irfan Ali. I'm talking about the one Guyana where our people can live in peace, where every race trusts each other, where racial prejudice no longer exists. Our children will have one Guyana to grow up in a land united and free with equality and blessed with prosperity. For too long we've been fighting one another. It's race against race, but in the end the country suffer. Oh, we were born here, not in India nor Africa. But if we can't get along, the foreigners gon' eat we supper. We must put an end to racism. Let it end now with this generation. Together we'll develop this nation. Make Guyana the gem of the Caribbean. Don't listen to them wicked politicians who will divide us to win an election. Believe it or not, Guyanese no smarter than that. Yeah, I told you, it's your boy Padmore. Unity is the key. We are all one and we should be treated as one. Our ancestors were slaves and laborers, but the life they endured made it better for us. We honor their sacrifice and the freedom they bought for we. But some descendants of slaves use that to fuel the rich. doesn't matter what's your skin color. When we bleed blood, it's red the same. Let's respect and love one another. When a brother cry, we must feel the pain. We're Portuguese, African and Indian. We're Chinese mixed up, we're Amerindians. We're all Guyanese. Let's end this segregation. I'm appealing to Guyanese in the diaspora. We welcome you home. We've got a lot to offer. It's not the same place that you run away from. Come see the paradise Guyana has now become. I'm talking about the one Guyana where our people can live in peace, where every race trusts each other, where racial prejudice no longer exists. Our children will have one Guyana to grow up in a land united and free with equality and blessed with prosperity. It's a message I just want you to understand. Stop and think for a minute. Really think for a minute. If we can't fix the present, then we should work on the future. Oh yes! A lot of you gon' vex, but I tell you, sometimes you just got to listen. There's a child in every home and every community. They will grow up to be symbols of unity. They'll be colorblind to race and ethnicity. That's the vision of a leader like President Irfan Ali. I'm talking about the one Guyana where our people can live in peace, where every race trusts each other, where racial prejudice no longer exists. Our children will have one Guyana to grow up in a land united and free with equality and blessed with prosperity. For too long we've been fighting one another. It's race against race, but in the end the country suffer. Oh, we were born here, not in India nor Africa. But if we can't get along, the foreigners gon' eat we supper. We must put an end to racism. Let it end now with this generation. Together we'll develop this nation. Make Guyana the gem of the Caribbean. Don't listen to them wicked politicians who will divide us to win an election. Believe it or not, Guyanese no smarter than that. Yeah, I told you, it's your boy Padmore. Unity is the key. We are all one and we should be treated as one. Our ancestors were slaves and laborers, but the life they endured made it better for us. We honor their sacrifice and the freedom they bought for we. But some descendants of slaves use that to fuel the rich. It doesn't matter what's your skin color. When we bleed blood, it's red the same. Let's respect and love one another. When a brother cry, we must feel the pain. We're Portuguese, African and Indian. We're Chinese mixed up. We're Amerindians. We're all Guyanese. Let's end this segregation. I'm appealing to Guyanese in the diaspora. We welcome you home. We've got a lot to offer. It's not the same place that you run away from. Come see the paradise Guyana has now become. I'm talking about the one Guyana where our people can live in peace, where every race trusts each other, where racial prejudice no longer exists. Our children will have one Guyana to grow up in a land united and free with equality and blessed with prosperity. It's a message I just want you to understand. Stop and think for a minute. Really think for a minute. If we can't fix the present, then we should work on the future. Oh yes! A lot of you gon' vex, but I tell you, sometimes you just got to listen. There's a child in every home and every community. They will grow up to be symbols of unity. They'll be colorblind to race and ethnicity. That's the vision of a leader like President Irfan Ali. I'm talking about the one Guyana where our people can live in peace, where every race trusts each other, where racial prejudice no longer exists. Our children will have one Guyana to grow up in a land united and free with equality and blessed with prosperity. For too long we've been fighting one another. It's race against race, but in the end the country suffer. Oh, we were born here, not in India nor Africa. But if we can't get along, the foreigners gon' eat we suffer. We must put an end to racism. Let it end now with this generation. Together we'll develop this nation. Make Guyana the gem of the Caribbean. Don't listen to them wicked politicians who will divide us to win an election. Believe it or not, Guyanese no smarter than that. Yeah, I told you, it's your boy Padmore. Unity is the key. We are all one and we should be treated as one. Our ancestors were slaves and laborers, but the life they endured made it better for us. We honor their sacrifice and the freedom they bought for we. But some descendants of slaves use that to fuel the rich. It doesn't matter what's your skin color, when we bleed blood it's red the same. Let's respect and love one another. When a brother cry we must feel the pain. We're Portuguese, African and Indian. We're Chinese mixed up. We're Amerindians. We're all Guyanese. Let's end this segregation. I'm appealing to Guyanese in the diaspora. We welcome you home. We've got a lot to offer. It's not the same place that you run away from. Come see the paradise Guyana has now become. I'm talking about the one Guyana where our people can live in peace, where every race trusts each other, where racial prejudice no longer exists. Our children will have one Guyana to grow up in a land united and free with equality and blessed with prosperity. It's a message I just want you to understand. Stop and think for a minute. Really think for a minute. If we can't fix the present, then we should work on the future. Oh yes! A lot of you gon' vex, but I tell you, sometimes you just got to listen. There's a child in every home and every community. They will grow up to be symbols of unity. They'll be colorblind to race and ethnicity. That's the vision of a leader like President Irfan Ali. I'm talking about the one Guyana where our people can live in peace, where every race trusts each other, where racial prejudice no longer exists. Our children will have one Guyana to grow up in a land united and free with equality and blessed with prosperity. For too long we've been fighting one another. It's race against race, but in the end the country suffer. Oh, we were born here, not in India nor Africa. But if we can't get along, the foreigners gon' eat we suffer. We must put an end to racism. Let it end now with this generation. Together we'll develop this nation. Make Guyana the gem of the Caribbean. Don't listen to them wicked politicians who will divide us to win an election. Believe it or not, Guyanese no smarter than that. Yeah, I told you, it's your boy Padmore. Unity is the key. We are all one and we should be treated as one. Our ancestors were slaves and laborers, but the life they endured made it better for us. We honor their sacrifice and the freedom they bought for we. But some descendants of slaves use that to fuel the rich. It doesn't matter what's your skin color, when we bleed blood it's red the same. Let's respect and love one another. When a brother cry, we must feel the pain. We're Portuguese, African and Indian. We're Chinese mixed up, we're Amerindians. We're all Guyanese. Let's end this segregation. I'm appealing to Guyanese in the diaspora. We welcome you home. We've got a lot to offer. It's not the same place that you run away from. Come see the paradise Guyana has now become. I'm talking about the one Guyana where all people can live in peace, where every race trusts each other, where racial prejudice.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Guys are presented as House Government Notice on 2024 regarding notification of receipt of revenues paid into the National Reserve Fund during the period 1st of October 2023. Second is estimates of revenue expenditure financial year 2024.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Subcommittees. Oral questions without notice. Questions and notice.
Honorable members, we have a number of questions for written response and for replies. And these have been directed to the Minister of Government, Minister of Public Works, Minister of Parliamentary, and these ministers have asked that they be given some more time to provide.
Mr. Speaker.
Yes. Honorable member.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for recognizing me. And since I'm on my feet, I take this opportunity to join with you in extending best wishes to members and their families of this House a warm and prosperous 2024. And I look forward to us working collectively for the people of this country. That being said, Mr. Speaker, I've just heard what you said in regards to the questions. A few questions are standing in my name for the Honorable Minister, Bishop Juan Edgel. And I'm surprised that the Minister is requesting additional time to provide answers to the questions. Taking into account, Mr. Chair, Mr. Speaker, these questions were questions actually from budget 2023. So I find it very interesting.
Sought leave of the Speaker, and that was granted. Mr. Clerk.
Statements by ministers including policy statements. Personal explanation. Request for leave to move the adjournment of the National Assembly. Definite matters of urgent public importance. Motion to visit the business or consent of the National Assembly and moved by minister.
Honorable Minister of Parliamentary Affairs and Governance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wish to bring the following motion to the House. Be it resolved that time orders number 110 of clause 2 And 38 subclause 9. A. Be suspended to enable a senior minister in the office of finance to complete uninterrupted reading of the budget speech for 2024 at the City on Monday, the 15th January 2023.
Thank you, Minister. I now put the motion. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. I have it. The motion is carried.
Introduction of bills, public business, government business.
Honorable members, we have now come to the item budget for 2024. Honorable Senior Minister in the Office of the President, with responsibility for finance. Mr. Speaker, I rise this afternoon, sir, to move the motion for the approval of the estimates of the public sector, the budget of the financial year.
Financial year 2024. In so doing, I wish to indicate that Cabinet has recommended that the National Assembly proceed upon this motion, pursuant to Article 171(2) of the Constitution. Mr. Speaker, 1 year ago, almost to the day, I rose before this Honourable House to present Budget 2023 on behalf of our People's Progressive Party civic government. As I did so, I outlined the extraordinary testing circumstances that our government inherited on assuming office in August 2020, and that we have confronted since. It would be recalled, sir, that we came to office
in no confidence motion and the March 2020 election. A public health crisis caused by COVID-19 and the unpreparedness of the public health system to cope with it at the time, and an economic crisis caused by both of the aforementioned situations, compounding bad economic policy and woeful economic mismanagement from 2015 to 2020. Additionally, sir, we were affected by the global consequences and fallout of COVID-19, including sustained disruption to production and supply chains, the Russian invasion of Ukraine and the upheavals caused in commodity markets, the policy responses to rein in inflationary pressures, and the concomitant risk of recession, and of course, the constant march of climate change and the erratic and extreme weather events, which have become our new normal. Taken together, these interlocking and overlapping crises have caused some to describe the current era as the era of the global polycrisis. Mr. Speaker, if these were not all tests enough, the past 12 months challenged our country's resolve even further. To begin with, 2023 was the year in which we suffered two of the most tragic events in recent memory. First, in May, we suffered the heart-wrenching loss of 20 innocent lives in the fire at the female dormitory of the Madhya Secondary School. All of them children seeking to improve their lives and their communities by obtaining a better education. And second, sir, in December, we lost the lives of 5 of our finest servicemen in the line of duty. Some already at the peak of stellar military careers and others well on their way to highly successful lives in uniform. Both these tragedies shook us to the core. On top of all of this, sir, 2023 was the year when Venezuela chose to escalate their unlawful and baseless claim on Essequibo. Guyana's border with our neighbors to the west was concluded in a full, final, and perfect settlement in 1899. The most recent provocation visited upon us by the December referendum held by Venezuela, in defiance of the process currently on the way at the International Court of Justice, helped galvanize worldwide attention to this manufactured controversy, consolidated international and multilateral support for Guyana's sovereignty and territorial integrity, and mustered a renewed sense of domestic solidarity, including, sir, unanimity in this honorable House on this matter. Mr. Speaker, throughout this panoply of existential challenges, both domestic and external, our government's leadership and stewardship remained steadfast and focused. Bolstered by the inherent resilience and enduring strength our democratic credentials were safeguarded, and our international credibility restored. We contained and overcame the worst of the COVID-19 pandemic. We reopened the economy, restored economic growth, and renewed livelihoods across all 10 regions of our country. And when the external threat was elevated, we secured supportive statements from capitals around the world, favorable provisional measures from the ICJ, and the joint declaration of our Guyana. At the same time, we continued undistracted from our work to build a transformed and prosperous Guyana. To give just one example of the pace at which we are executing this work, during the past 3.5 years, we began and completed a brand new 4-lane highway from the Sheriff Mandela Junction to Diamond. That new highway is already delivering relief to 45,000 commuters daily and is already saving over 1 million man-hours or person-hours monthly. We have commenced the Ogle to Diamond and the Diamond to Busby Dam 4-lane highways. We've started building the new Demerara Bridge, which will connect directly to these new highways. enabling commuters to travel from West Coast to East Coast Demerara, bypassing Central Georgetown. The Linden to Mabura Road is under construction, along with 45 concrete bridges on the road to Lethem. And we are currently procuring services to rehabilitate the Soestdijk to Linden Highway. And Mr. Speaker, these examples are all drawn from the transport infrastructure sector alone and are only a subset of the work we are doing in that one sector, at which we are delivering a new and modern Guyana. I consider it incumbent to pause and spend a few moments to elaborate certain particular elements of our government's vision and model for national transformation in this unprecedented period in our country's economic history. In this regard, sir, it is worthwhile to emphasize that we see this as a period to harness and consolidate national prosperity. And equally important, we see this as a period in which national prosperity will translate into community prosperity and ultimately into household prosperity. First and foremost, we are building a Guyana where every single Guyanese family will be in a position to meet their most basic needs relative to a minimum threshold required to enjoy a decent life. I hasten to add, sir, that this threshold is not to be viewed through narrow and simplistic monetary and fixed income lenses, but instead is to be viewed from a multi-dimensional perspective. In this new and modern Guyana, every single Guyanese family should have access to decent housing, including the potential to own their own home. Sufficient nutritious food to experience zero hunger. Good quality health care from conception to old age. Relevant educational and skills training opportunities to equip those of employable age for the world of work. Potable water and sanitation, and recreational facilities to support healthy living. It will be noted that these necessities matter not only for current comfort, but even more importantly, for long-term economic empowerment. It goes without saying that our government's entire policy agenda is built around ensuring that we put in place capability across the sectors to deliver on all of these expectations. The most cursory of glances at our 2020 manifesto and our annual budgets since we assumed office would make this abundantly clear. Secondly, we are building a Guyana where the conditions are in place for every single Guyanese family to be able to create, build, and accumulate household wealth through through their own efforts. Prepared to take calculated risks and able to manage those risks and keep exposure within tolerable levels while maximizing their returns. Mr. Speaker, here again, it goes without saying that our government's policy agenda has created more entrepreneurial opportunities than at any other time in our country's history. The rapid expansion of both public and private investment, creation of employment opportunities, and increases in disposable income have combined to grow demand for every single category of goods and services. And needless to say, sir, increased demand for goods and services means more business opportunity for both current and potential producers and suppliers. Whether it be engineering and fabrication services, or carpentry and masonry services, or heavy equipment operating and welding, or legal and accounting or other advisory services, or tailoring and dressmaking, or accommodation and transportation services, or tour guiding and local gastronomy, or fresh fruit and vegetables or meat and seafood in the local markets, irrespective of which category of goods or services we speak of. The demand 23 only 9,612 such house lots, and over the past 3 years, 30,000 such house lots were allocated. Mr. Speaker, that's 30,000 households that now have a collateralizable asset that they did not have before. Moreover, sir, that asset value is further enhanced and household wealth increased when our government builds a new highway nearby to improve access to the area, or upgrades the streets and establishes recreational facilities in the community, or builds a school or a hospital in the vicinity. All of these investments translate immediately to increase asset value and balance sheet enhancement for all householders in the communities concerned. Put simply, sir, these public investments enhance private wealth across the length and breadth of Guyana. Mr. Speaker, the obvious implication is that the national transition into the modern world must be accompanied by individual transition in the manner in which we consider our own financial circumstances and our own financial well-being. Gone are the days, sir, when we can afford, any of us, to fixate only on narrow and simplistic metrics of well-being, rather than our entire portfolio of potential wealth-generating assets. And those who generate prosperity will be those who adopt a comprehensive approach to deploying all of the income-generating potential on their entire household balance sheet. Mr. Speaker, this brings me to the third point I wish to make. In this new and modern Guyana that we're building, one cannot afford, either at the national or the individual level, to be insular or parochial or oblivious to the economic laws by which the rest of the world operates. We're part of a global economic system, and international business operates by and adheres to certain norms and practices, including the laws of competitiveness, the need for transparency, compliance with global standards, and quality, amongst others. If we wish to be a part of that system, we must adhere to those norms and practices too. This takes on even greater significance if we wish to enter, say, joint ventures and strategic partnerships with international counterparts, perhaps to take advantage of local content opportunities, or indeed to do business with anybody else, anywhere else in the world. That is the Guyana we are building. One in which basic needs are met for all, one where opportunities abound for wealth creation by all, and one where we are fully integrated in the global economic system in a manner that allows Guyanese nationals and Guyanese businesses to participate in and benefit from the economic opportunities that are emergent in this new era of Guyanese prosperity. Mr. Speaker, in order to ensure that these objectives are realized, a particular approach to policy making and planning is required. This approach is one that is constantly mindful of the big picture, both globally and nationally, but also the big picture as it relates to the economics of the household in Guyana. Additionally, this approach is one that needs to be informed by rigorous analysis, not just of the current situation, but also projecting well into the medium and longer term, only be evident in the future. Furthermore, an optimal balance between short-term imperatives and longer-term considerations, and a willingness to eschew that which might appear popular or stir excitement in the short term, but which might in fact be unhelpful or even harmful to the greater good in the longer term. Mr. Speaker, this requires competence, integrity, discipline, focus, and candor as a government. Characteristics that successive People's Progressive Party civic governments have always sought to embody and embrace, and the characteristics that the Guyanese people have always shown a strong recognition of and affinity for. On that note, sir, it would be remiss of me not to acknowledge that the just completed 2023 was also an election year, with the local government election having been held in June. At the end of that election, sir, we, the People's Progressive Party, secured 108,871 proportional representation votes. In contrast, sir, the APNU-AFC secured 66 rather. Let me say that again. Of 80 local authority areas, sir, we, the People's Progressive Party, won 66. Yes. APNU-AFC won 14. Mr. Speaker, of the 66 LAs we won, Mr. Speaker, of the 66 LAs we won, 13 were won by virtue of a no contest because APNU-AFC was simply unable to field a single candidate whatsoever in those LAs. Mr. Speaker, we won 906 seats in total. APNU-AFC won 274. Seats from 3, we doubled our seats from 3 to 8. In Linden, sir, we increased and doubled our seats from 1 to 2. And APNU-AFC reduced their seats from 15 to 14. But I will add, sir, that in Linden, we may have won 2 seats, sir. But in Linden, we secured 2,464 PR votes, 6 times the number of PR votes. 6 times the number of PR votes we secured at the previous local government election. I believe it would be 2,464 divided by 6, Honorable Chief Whip, on that side of the house. I believe, sir, it is fair to say that the results speak for themselves. And if I might be permitted a brief repetition, competence, integrity, discipline, focus, and candor as a government, characteristics the Guyanese people have always shown a strong recognition of and affinity for. Mr. Speaker, our government is committed to maintaining a policy framework aimed at achieving the objectives we have outlined and at delivering the commitments we made in our manifesto. We are committed to ensuring the preservation of policy predictability and stability prerequisites that are essential for good decision-making by both businesses and households. We are guided constant decisions where these are needed, in order to ensure that national prosperity, when realized, is translated into improved well-being for every single Guyanese household. Mr. Speaker, with this in mind, Budget 2024 is presented under the theme, Staying the Course, Building Prosperity for All. I turn now, sir, to the global and regional economic context in which we find ourselves as a member of the global community of nations. Mr. Speaker, the global economy remains in a precarious position amidst escalated geopolitics. These forces weighed heavily on global growth in 2023 and have dampened post-pandemic recovery efforts. Against this backdrop, global growth is estimated at 2.6% for 2023, slower than the 3% in 2022. Growth in advanced economies is estimated to have decelerated to 1.5% in 2023 from 2.5% the previous year. This largely reflects a significant slowdown in the euro area, which is estimated to have grown by less than 1%. Conversely, growth of 2.5% was recorded in the United States amidst favorable consumption and business sentiment. Meanwhile, growth in the emerging market and developing economies is estimated at 4%, 0.3 of a percentage point above the growth rate observed in 2022. In the Latin America and Caribbean region, economic growth is estimated to have moderated to 2.2% in 2023 from 3.9% in 2022. The Caribbean is projected to have expanded by 4.6% in 2023, slower than the 8.6% recorded 1 year prior. Excluding Guyana, the region is estimated to have expanded by 2.3%. Mr. Speaker, many of the same forces that subdued global growth in 2023 are expected to persist into 2024. As such, the global economy is forecasted to expand at a slightly slower rate of 2.4% in 2024. Growth in advanced economies is projected to decline by 0.3% of a percentage point in 2024 to 1.2%, while emerging market and developing economies in the LAC region are expected to grow by 3.9% and 2.3%, respectively. In 2022, global inflation levels soared to multi-decade highs amidst pandemic-related disruptions further amplified by the Russian invasion of Ukraine. Although efforts to rein in rising prices through tighter financial conditions have shown some effectiveness, inflation remains above target in many countries. It is expected that global inflation decelerated to 6.9% at the end of 2023, 1.8 percentage points below the rate recorded at the end of 2022. Mr. Speaker, as a commodity exporter, Guyana remains susceptible to global developments that trigger shifts in commodity prices on the world market. Among our main exported commodities, Sugar and rice prices rose 26.6% and 26.8%. Prices for logs declined 6.8%. Aluminum prices were down 16.6%, and as recent developments in the shipping industry in particular are expected and threaten freight and commodity prices. Already, freight costs have surged due to the El Nino-induced drought in Panama and the surrounding war, the war around Red Sea and Suez. Resultantly, authorities have capped the number and weight of vessels can pass through the Panama Canal, and due to the diversion of ships from the Suez Canal, the rate for a 40-foot container, for example, has more than doubled in some parts of the world. Mr. Speaker, against this background, global commodity markets are likely to remain volatile in 2024. On the subject of commodity and other prices, it is apposite to note that the monetary policy response to global inflationary pressures has seen a significant increase in the pricing of credit. Interest rates, especially amongst advanced economies, have risen substantially since early 2022, as governments and central banks attempt to combat stubbornly high levels of inflation in many places. For example, sir, the US effective federal funds rate stood at 5.3% at the end of last year, markedly above the 1.7% average, or its 1.7% average rather, in 2022. Similarly, sir, the benchmark 6% in 2022. This has had and will continue to have very severe implications for countries like Guyana, who raise external financing that is priced on the basis of these benchmarks. I turn now, sir, to developments in the domestic economy in 2023. Mr. Speaker, had the Honorable Member Mr. Ramjatan been paying attention, he would have heard when I spoke of Brent crude prices. But I don't know if perhaps he's trying to figure out which portfolio he'll be addressing during the course of this budget debate. I see him whispering to the Honorable Leader of the Opposition in a somewhat quizzical manner. Mr. Speaker, I am now turning to the domestic economy, sir. You will hear shortly. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, Guyana's paper currency is currently being signed on the government's behalf by former President and the distinguished Vice President of Guyana, Vice President Bharat Jagdeo, who, sir, as opposition leader, is largely responsible for consigning this APNU-AFC failure into the opposition benches and will help and lead our effort to keep them in opposition for a very, very, very long time. Mr. Speaker, I turn now, sir, to developments in the domestic economy. Mr. Speaker, it appears, it would be recalled, sir, that we got down to the business of government from the 2nd of August 2020, and I returned to Guyana in November 2020. We didn't twiddle our thumbs for 3 months like they twiddled their thumbs for 5 years. Mr. Speaker, I now turn the twiddlers, the thumb twiddlers, the people who twiddled their thumbs for 5 years as they awaited their return to the opposition benches. The perpetual thumb twiddlers, sir. I now turn, sir, to developments, yes, sir, the perpetual thumb twiddlers, spending 5 years in government and doing not one single thing, not a single accomplishment to speak of, having spent 5 years in government. No wonder, sir, that in 3 years they couldn't get their own members of parliament to vote for them and to keep them in a majority in the parliament. And no wonder, sir, it took a mere 5 years, after 23 years in opposition, it took a mere 5 years for the people of Guyana to send them back into the opposition benches. No wonder, sir, the perpetual thumb twiddlers. I now turn, sir, to development in the domestic economy. Real gross domestic product. Mr. Speaker, at the time of preparing Budget 2023, it was projected that real GDP would grow by 25.1%, with non-oil GDP expected to expand by 7.9%. Mr. Speaker, I am now pleased to report that Guyana's real GDP is estimated to have grown by 33% overall in 2023. I am also pleased, sir, to report that the non-oil real economy grew by 11.7%. The expansion, sir, of the overall real economy can be largely attributed, sir, to continued strong growth in oil and gas activity, with the notable achievement of first oil at the new FPSO Prosperity in November. Additionally, sir, while growth in the non-oil economy was mainly driven by expansions in the construction, growth in the non-oil economy was mainly driven by expansions in construction and services, agriculture, forestry, and fishing, and manufacturing, as well as in other mining and quarrying subsectors, Mr. Speaker, our government's policies continue to be focused on supporting growth in the traditional pillars of the economy while managing the oil and gas sector effectively. Sectoral performance, 7% in 2023. This performance is attributed to increases across all subsectors and was despite the impact of El Nino. Mr. Speaker, the sugar growing sector is estimated to have grown by 28% in 2023. Kaisuko produced 60,204 tons in 2023. Mr. Speaker, similarly, sir, the rice growing sector expanded by 7%. The Guyana Rice Development Board reported total rice production of 653,706 tons for 2023, above the 610,000 tons, 610,595 tons in 2022. This performance can be largely attributed to better yields, which improved from 5.9 tons per hectare in 2022 to an estimated 6.3 tons per hectare in 2023. Mr. Speaker, growth in the other crops sector continued despite difficult weather conditions. It is estimated that the sector grew by 4.1%, with significant growth recorded in the production of such crops as coconuts, vegetables, root crops, and fruits, mainly on account of increased acreage cultivated and improved yields. Mr. Speaker, also on the upside, the livestock industry is estimated to have expanded. Mr. Speaker, to record growth of 37.8% in 2023. This is attributed to better than expected marine production, with shrimp and fish production expanding by 61.1% and 24.4% respectively. Notable improvements were observed in the production of artisanal finfish, red snapper, industrial and artisanal sea barb shrimp, amongst others. Mr. Speaker, we continue to see the fruitful results of government's interventions to transform the aquaculture industry. Mr. Speaker, it is estimated that aquaculture production expanded by a staggering 75% in 2023. With brackish water shrimp alone growing by 58.6%. Mr. Speaker, the forestry sector, sir. The forestry sector. The forestry sector, sir, is estimated to have expanded by 5.4%. Extractive industries. Mr. Speaker, the mining and quarrying sector is estimated to have expanded. The mining and quarrying sector is estimated to have expanded by 42.6% in 2023. As with recent years, the estimated growth is driven largely by an expansion in oil and gas and, of course, support services industry, which, when combined with growth observed in the other mining industry, outweighs declines that were observed in gold and bauxite mining. It is estimated that the oil and gas sector has expanded by 45.9%. I believe this is what you were waiting for, Honorable Member Mr. Ramjatan. It is estimated that the oil and gas sector expanded by 45.9% last year, with production of 142.9 million barrels of oil, compared with 101.4 million in 2022. This is the result of improved performance from the Liza, Destiny, and Unity FPSOs, along with the commencement of production from the Prosperity FPSO in November. In 2023, the Liza Destiny produced crude oil. My apologies, sir. In November, 432,113 ounces last year. The single producing foreign operator recorded an estimated 7.8% in declarations, with 109,358 ounces declared. However, this was outweighed by lower declarations from the small and medium-scale operators, whose output fell by an estimated 16.2% to 322,755 ounces. Similarly, sir, the bauxite mining industry is estimated to have contracted by 20.4% in 2023, as a result of reduced output from both producing operators. Bauxite production is estimated to have fallen to 525,000 tons last year, with output from the larger producer declining to an estimated 317,919 tons, and output from the smaller operator to 207,321 tons. Both producers attribute this performance to external market developments that have affected demand and prices. On a more positive note, sir, the other mining subsector, comprising sand, stone, diamonds and manganese is estimated to have grown by 22.7% in 2023. Stone and sand are estimated to have grown by 98% and 21%. Respectively, with demand from construction activity in the public and the private sectors continuing 1,538 tons. Conversely, sir, diamond declarations are estimated to 67,444 metric carats. Mr. Speaker, the manufacturing sector is estimated to have expanded by 25% in 2023, with growth recorded in all three subcategories. Sugar and rice manufacturing are estimated to have expanded by 28% and 8.3%. Let me repeat, sir, for the benefit of the occasionally inattentive leader of the opposition. Sugar and rice manufacturing are estimated to have expanded by 28% and 8.3% respectively, and other manufacturing by 31.8%. Within other manufacturing, growth was driven mainly by the manufacturing of fabricated metal products and non-metallic products. Electricity and water supply and storage. Mr. Speaker, the electricity and water supply sectors are estimated to have expanded by 15.5% and 9.9% respectively in 2023. Gross generation from the GPL expanded from 1,030,288 megawatt hours in 2022 to an estimated 1,179,883 megawatt hours in 2023. Despite this expansion in production, demand is estimated to have surpassed supply for most of 2023, reflecting strong growth in both commercial and residential consumption. Growth in water supply is the result of the commissioning of 23 new wells, while no wells were removed from the distribution line due to failure or damage. Construction. Mr. Speaker, the construction sector is estimated to have expanded by 26.8% in 2023, building on the growth of 26.3% observed in 2022. Growth in the sector continues to be driven by intensified activity in both the private and public sectors, with a strong construction component in the public sector investment program. Services. Mr. Speaker, the services sector is estimated to have expanded by 10.3% last year, with growth recorded across all of the service industries. The overall 2023 performance is attributed to growth recorded in administrative and support services, wholesale and retail trade and repairs, accommodation and food services, and transport and storage. These industries grew by 20.6%, 9%, 13%, and 12.1% respectively. Balance of payments. Mr. Speaker, the overall balance of payments recorded a modest estimated deficit of $34.2 million at the end of 2023, while the current account registered a surplus estimated at $1.98 billion. Total export earnings grew by 16.9% to an estimated $13.182 billion, reflecting higher earnings from both the oil and non-oil sectors. Total imports grew by 83.1% to an estimated $6.636 billion in 2023, largely due to the arrival in 2023 of the Prosperity FPSO, which contributed approximately 26.6% of total imports in 2023. Net service payments are estimated to have grown by $694.9 million to $5.6 billion. Lastly, sir, on the current account, transfers are estimated to have declined by $19.3 million. Mr. Speaker, the deficit on the capital account declined, and I should have said, if I didn't clarify, sir, that throughout this balance of payment section, the currency to which I'm referring is the US dollar. Mr. Speaker, the deficit on the capital account declined by an estimated $1.898.2 million at the end of 2023, equivalent to 1.1 months of import cover. Monetary developments. Mr. Speaker, the money supply is estimated to have grown by 24.8% to $840.1 billion at the end of 2023. This reflects our government's commitment to maintaining an environment that is conducive both to mobilization and intermediation of savings and to promoting easier and more affordable access to financing. Mr. Speaker, for the period ending for 2023, net domestic credit, for the period ending December 2023, net domestic credit is estimated at $411.4 billion. These are Guyana dollars now in the monetary section, with strong growth in lending from both the private and public sectors. Mr. Speaker, net credit to the private sector grew by an estimated 14.4%. Consistent with performance in the real sector, there was notable growth in credit to the services, manufacturing and agriculture sectors of 12.9%, 15.8%, and 14.7%. The expansion in credit to the agriculture sector was largely as a result of an increase of $2.4 billion in lending for paddy production. Mr. Speaker, strong growth is also estimated in real estate mortgage loans of 22.5% to $128.6 billion, largely on account of borrowing
for real estate purposes, both industrial and commercial on one hand, and private dwellings on the other. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, total reserves deposited with the Bank of Guyana increased by an estimated 2.6% to $136 billion. Of this amount, excess deposits reduced by an estimated 14.7% to $45.2 billion, consistent with continued improved sentiment in our banking sector amidst increases in lending. Total liquid assets of commercial banks expanded by an estimated 26.3% to $343.5 billion at the end of 2023. Prices and income. Inflation. Mr. Speaker, like the rest of the world, Guyana continues to grapple with imported inflationary pressures. As highlighted, the global economy saw inflation rates being contained, but still above pre-pandemic levels for several countries. In Guyana, the 12-month inflation rate at the end of 2023 is estimated at 2%, significantly lower than the 7.2% recorded in 2022. This large substantially lower than the 14.1% increase recorded at the end of 2022. Mr. Speaker, it is crucial to recall our government's efforts to contain prices amidst boosting production and managing costs in such sectors as the poultry sector. These entailed having a continuous dialogue with key producers, working with commercial banks to reduce interest rates for loans to the sector. These evidently produced favorable results as reported previously regarding production and will be complemented by the recent low interest rate facility and will be complemented both by the low interest rate facility agreed with the banking sector as well as the recent $850 million allocated for purchasing fertilizers for farmers. Interest rates. Mr. Speaker, over the period, Treasury bill rates trended downward with the 91-day, 182-day, and 364-day Treasury bill yields falling from 1.54%, 1% and 1.09% to an estimated 1.1% and 0.99% for the latter two. Moreover, though the commercial bank small savings rate is estimated to have been unchanged at 0.81%, weighted average lending rate declined from 8.54% to an estimated 8.36%. I turn now, sir, to incomes. Mr. Speaker, as our government continues to implement our development agenda, we remain resolute in our commitment to improving the livelihoods of all Guyanese through a sustainable and holistic approach. In this regard, we implemented in 2023 a comprehensive suite of measures. These include, as announced in Budget 2023, all workers benefited from the increase in the monthly income tax threshold from $75,000 to $85,000 monthly, providing an additional $3.3 billion in disposable income to these workers, and removing over 12,000 workers from the tax net. Mr. Speaker, in January 2023, 5,000 health workers and almost 9,000 members of the disciplined services benefited from salary adjustments, placing an additional $3 billion in the hands of these categories of workers. Mr. Speaker, in December 2023, teachers benefited from several salary revisions. All graduate teachers moved to the maximum of the scale applicable to their post at that time, benefiting 4,000 teachers at a cost of $1 billion annually. Additionally, effective December 2023, teachers received a monthly education allowance of $10,000 for a bachelor's degree, $20,000 for a master's degree, and $30,000 for a doctorate degree, to the benefit of over 4,500 teachers at an additional cost, annual cost of $500 million. The remote areas incentive was also revised upwards to $20,000 monthly, effective December 2023, at an annual cost of $260 million. Mr. Speaker, as part of the $5 billion cost of living allocation for 2023, public servants, teachers, and members of the discipline services, as well as staff of semi-autonomous agencies and public enterprises, were paid a $25,000 one-off tax-free cash grant in December 2023 at a cost of $1.7 billion. Mr. Speaker, at the end of 2023, an across-the-board salary increase of 6.5% was paid, retroactive to the 1st of January 2023, to over 54,000 public servants, teachers, members of the discipline services, and government pensioners, placing $7.5 billion in the hands of these individuals. Notably, sir, since coming into office, the cumulative salary increase for these groups of employees is 23%. Mr. Speaker, members of the disciplined services also benefited. Mr. Speaker, members of the disciplined services also benefited from the reinstituted one-month tax-free bonus. And for the first time ever, the civilian employees of the Guyana Defense Force also benefited from that one-month tax-free bonus. Mr. Speaker, this placed in the hands of 12,000 members of the disciplined services an additional $1.5 billion. And I might add, sir, that it would be recalled painfully that this is the very one AFC. Mr. Speaker, I turn the total non-financial public sector deficit after grants was $201.6 billion, or 5.8% of GDP. The central government recorded a deficit of $202.9 billion, or 5.8% of GDP at the end of the year. Total tax revenue, my apologies, total central government current revenue, net of inflows from the Guyana Red Plus Investment Fund, carbon credits, and the NRF, amounted to $382.1 billion, 26.5% above the 2022 level. Tax collections totaled $366.6 billion, aided by the strong real economic growth observed. Non-tax revenue totaled totaled $15.5 billion, an increase of $5.7 billion. Mr. Speaker, central government expenditure totaled $804.1 billion, of which non-interest expenditure amounted accelerated and heightened investments across all sectors and infrastructure, education, health, agriculture, public safety, and other sectors. Public debt management. Mr. Speaker, our government remains steadfast in our commitment to maintain a strong debt sustainability position for our country. At the end of 2023, total public and publicly guaranteed debt stood at $4.5 billion, up 23.4% from the position at the end of 2022. This was on account of new external and domestic borrowing. Nevertheless, sir, we continue to maintain one of the lowest ratios of total public and publicly guaranteed debt to GDP in the Caribbean, with Guyana's public and publicly guaranteed debt to GDP ratio standing at 27% at the end of 2023. This sustainable level reflects the government's effective debt management practices, which have contributed to a steady decline in the country's debt ratios over a sustained period. Mr. Speaker, Guyana's external debt amounted to $1.775 billion, or 13% up from the end of 2022, on account of positive net flows from both bilateral and multilateral creditors. Domestic debt totaled $2.7 billion at the end of 2023, up from $2.1 billion at the end of 2022. Mr. Speaker, total public debt service payments amounted to $177.3 million, an increase from $150.2 million in 2022. The Natural Resource Fund. Mr. Speaker, in 2023, there were 142 lifts of crude oil from Guyana's 3 producing FPSOs, 17 of which were for government, 6 from the Liza Destiny, and 11 from the Liza Unity. The profit oil receipts to be made this month, and those relate to lifts that occurred late in the year, that is to say, in December of 2023. Mr. Speaker, for the year 2023, the fund received $1,398.9 million in profit oil, $576.6 million from Liza Destiny, and $822.3 million from Liza Unity. With respect to royalty payments, $208.1 million was received from the Stabroek Block operator. Mr. Speaker, in keeping with the stipulations in the NRF Act and with the approvals granted by this Honourable House as part of the budgetary consideration last year, an amount of $1,002 million was withdrawn to finance national development priorities. In 2023, $1,617 million in petroleum revenue was deposited into the fund, and at the end of the year, the overall balance inclusive of interest income stood at $1,973.5 million. Mr. Speaker, I now turn to sectoral developments and the agenda for 2024. I referred earlier to the rapid pace of transformation being realized in every single sector in our country. I will now review some of the main developments in each sector and our plans going forward for Guyanese of all walks of life. Mr. Speaker, the low carbon development strategy. I have in previous budget speeches elaborated extensively on the history of Guyana's low carbon development strategy, or LCDS as it is popularly known, 2030. Including, of course, the visionary precursor, the original LCDS, which raised $212.6 million from our forest ecosystem services, of which $135 million sat languishing and remaining unutilized for the years that we were out of office. Mr. Speaker, one of our most immediate priorities on our return to office was to ensure that the resources earned, those very resources that were sitting languishing prior to our return to office, one of our first and most immediate priorities was to ensure that those resources be deployed. To this end, it was recalled that our government moved swiftly to start designing and implementing such programs as the largest solar project in Guyana's history, for 33 megawatts of power in Berbice, Linden, and Essequibo at a value of $83.3 million, the flood adaptation project, support for the National Tush House Council capacity to implement projects identified in the village sustainability plans, and others. Secondly, sir, we sought immediately to reclaim Guyana's leadership position in climate finance globally and resume our position of being remunerated for the climate services provided by our forests. In this regard, we became the first country in the world to obtain jurisdiction scale certification of our carbon credits under the ARC Trees mechanism, the first country in the world, sir, small Guyana. We also concluded one of the largest transactions in the voluntary carbon market to have ever taken place, consisting of 2.5 million credits per year for each year from 2016 to 2020, giving a total of 37.5 million REDD+ carbon credits, for which we will be paid over a 15-year period, $750 million. In line with a commitment given in the LCDS, sir, 15% of the revenues received for the sale of carbon credits are earmarked for Amerindian villages to finance bottom-up investments outlined in their village sustainability plans. Villages follow local decision-making processes to participate in a benefit-sharing mechanism, and now all of Guyana's 242 villages have produced their village plans. As a result, Mr. Speaker, a total of $4.7 billion has been transferred to our Amerindian communities to finance over 500 projects. These focus, sir, and are delivering tangible gains in terms of livelihoods, income generation, food security, and social upliftment. Mr. Speaker, the remaining 85% of earnings from the sale of carbon credits will be utilized to meet the most urgent priorities of the LCDS, including adaptation and mitigation interventions, particularly flood risk management, with the replication of the Hope Light canals for drainage and irrigation purposes. Mr. Speaker, Budget 2024 projects the deployment of $6.8 billion of GRIF resources earned under the original LCDS and a further $43.7 billion earned from the sale of carbon credits, both with the aim of advancing the low carbon initiatives outlined in the strategy. A diversified, resilient, and competitive productive sector, oil and gas. Mr. Speaker, in building a world-class oil and gas sector, our stated objectives are to strengthen the sector's legal and regulatory framework, establish and strengthen institutional structures required by that framework, into the non-oil economy. Legal, regulatory, and institutional framework. Mr. Speaker, I reported last year on the operationalization of the NRF Act and the Local Content Act, both of which have shaped the legal landscape for the oil and gas sector in our country. Mr. Speaker, in 2023, we enacted a modern and state-of-the-art Petroleum Activities Act, which introduced a regulatory foundation for licensing amongst other things, a regulatory foundation for licensing, operations, and storage, comprehensive provisions on decommissioning, stronger and more up-to-date penalties for non-compliance, etc. Secondly, sir, our work on revising the Production Sharing Agreement, or PSA as it is popularly known, resulted in developing rather a new model PSA, resulted in the development of as I indicated earlier, a model PSA for deep water and shallow water blocks in 2023. The model PSA now contains clearer and more expansive provisions on data and its confidentiality, more defined timelines on steps between discovery or after discovery, provision for a retention fee where licensees want to hold on to certain resources, and strong penalties for failure to comply with work programs. On the institutional side, the main coordinating and oversight agencies within government have implemented systems that allow both physical and remote monitoring of the offshore activities in real time. Petroleum exploration. Mr. Speaker, on exploration, and in line with our commitment to competitively auction oil blocks, the country's inaugural licensing round was completed in 2023. We reviewed the global best practice mechanism on making block sizes attractive for investments, while simultaneously promoting an accelerated rate of implementation and development. 14 such blocks were then determined and offered both within our shallow and deep water areas. During the bidding round, 8 blocks were shortlisted based on the bidder's ability to meet the criteria of the quarter of 2023. Awards and exploration activities and the issuing of licenses are expected to begin in 2024. Meanwhile, sir, other advances in exploration include 3 new oil discoveries, 2 in Stabroek and 1 in Quarantine. Those are the respective offshore blocks, of course, as a consequence of which the total number of discoveries increased to 40 in the Stabroek block and 46 for all explored blocks. Production of oil. Mr. Speaker, encouraging accelerated production is integral to ensuring we optimize on our resource potential in a net zero environment, as well as to securing revenue from the sector to accelerate our development agenda and to improve the well-being of our people. 2023 saw a ramp up in volumes from the Destiny and Unity production platforms, while the Prosperity FPSO achieved first oil, as I indicated earlier, in November. More advances in development are expected later this year on the Yellowtail project. There were also strides in relation to the development of the Warao project amidst commencement of the hull and topside fabrication of the FPSO that will be working in that location. Whiptail is progressing as government has started to review the field development plan submitted last year. Mr. Speaker, all things collectively, Mr. Speaker, production could climb well over 1.3 million barrels per day beyond 2027, making Guyana the single largest non-OPEC contributor to global supplies. Harnessing our gas reserves. Mr. Speaker, with the objective of developing a national gas strategy, government drafted and presented a discussion paper last year for input from our citizens that received 103 comments. The feedback will be incorporated in the finalization of the country's national gas plan, along with the request for proposals to design, finance, and construct and operate the required gas infrastructure to support upstream development. And Mr. Speaker, it would be recalled, in fact, that the RFP for private investors to submit proposals for the development of this infrastructure was announced, sir, just yesterday. Additionally, sir, it would be recalled that in Budget 2023, I highlighted the gas to energy project that is already underway. This investment is a major cornerstone for our nation's economic development and growth in coming years. I'm happy to report that progress has allowed the project to remain on track for a startup by the end of this year. Mr. Speaker, promoting value-added production. Mr. Speaker, government, in response to a government call, Mr. Speaker, we received 9 proposals from interested parties vying to construct a refinery in the Berbice region, and 5 were shortlisted. These proposals are currently being evaluated, and the final ranking is expected to be completed in the first quarter of 2024. Following this, a top-ranked contender will undertake an ESIA at Crab Island for a facility designed to process at least 30,000 barrels of oil per day. The investment commitment from these shortlisted firms is expected to exceed $1 million. Promoting local content. Mr. Speaker, in the area of local content, the Local Content Act 2021 continues to bear fruit, and the government will continue to implement strategies that promote opportunities for Guyanese nationals and Guyanese companies. Since January 2022 to now, contractors, subcontractors, and licensees reporting to the Local Content Secretariat have recorded 3,938 local hires. Of those, sir, 824 Guyanese. 824 Guyanese were employed as plant and machine operators. 1,200 3 as professionals, accountants, lawyers, engineers, etc. And another 485 as technicians. The total number of Guyanese persons employed in the sector, sir, to more than 6,000 persons. In accordance, sir, with the Act, 5-year master plans detailing employment, procurement and capacity development from 33 companies have been received. These project significant growth in activity in the coming years. Mr. Speaker, also in keeping with the Act, annual procurement plans received from contractors, subcontractors, and licensees amount to an estimated $721 million in procurement of goods and services and trade. Current estimates suggest that $518 million will be procured from Guyanese suppliers providing goods and services in 2023. Of this amount, $15.8 million, $5.5 million, and $130 million will be spent on accommodation services, catering, and lay-down yard facilities, respectively. Other major expenditure include the provision of manpower and crewing services and ground transportation at 74.6 and 13.6 million, respectively. Implementation of the Local Content Act, sir, has proven to be a catalyst for numerous helicopter services, offshore catering services, machining and fabrication services, and hazardous waste management, all comprising partnerships with Guyanese companies employing Guyanese nationals. Mr. Speaker, transparency in the sector. Our government's commitment to the Extractive Industries Transparency Initiative, EITI, along with industry and civil society representation, continues to ensure the maintenance of the highest standards of transparency in the sector. As a consequence of not submitting in 2020, Guyana was temporarily suspended from the EITI. Mr. Speaker, once the 2020 report was published and shared with the Secretariat, our status as a compliant member was restored. Subsequently, sir, our government and the Guyana EITI multi-stakeholder group worked to ensure that Guyana's EITI report for 2021 was published in December 2023, and we've already started the procurement process for selection of the administrator to prepare the country's 2022 report. Mr. Speaker, additionally, sir, the NRF Act provides a comprehensive framework to ensure transparency in the operation of the fund. The annual budget estimates continue to include projections of inflows into the fund and corresponding withdrawals. As required by the Act, notifications of petroleum receipts are published in the official gazette and tabled in the National Assembly. And in fact, sir, it was only earlier today that I tabled the most recent such notification. The BOG publishes monthly a summary of the financial position and performance of the fund, here again detailing inflows and outflows. The bank also publishes quarterly NRF reports. Other extractives. Mr. Speaker, despite the emergence of the oil and gas sector, our traditional non-oil extractive sector remains extremely important to overall economic well-being. Gold. Mr. Speaker, gold mining operations continue to offer profitable opportunities for both international and domestic investors, and prospects for gold remain positive, both at the large scale level as well as the small and medium scale level. Mr. Speaker, at the large scale end of the spectrum, very strong resource potential of over 8 million ounces, with ongoing investments in Eagle Mountain, Marudi, Oko West, and Omai, with large-scale operations anticipated to start in these locations as early as 2026. The Toraparo area, sir, remains under active consideration, with the private investors expected to determine final timelines very shortly. Additionally, production continues to grow at Aurora, with equipment and assets arriving to facilitate full commencement of the underground mining operation and works planned for a 15-megawatt solar farm in support of the mills in 2024. I turn now, sir, to bauxite. The bauxite sector, similarly, sir, continues to occupy a position of strategic importance for the long term. The two major producers of bauxite together contributed approximately 5% of non-oil export earnings in 2023. Despite very challenging market conditions during the year, active steps are being taken to reduce costs, broaden the product range, and increase production. Mr. Speaker, the recent addition of reserves in Caracara of 3.5 million tons is expected to increase production by over 250,000 tons in 2024 and by 400,000 tons in 2025. These reserves, sir, will supply the existing kilns as well as the new Kiln 15. And this particular kiln, Kiln 15, sir, will operate for a full year in 2024, having been commissioned in 2023. It is the first new kiln installed in Linden since the 1970s, and it represents a $120 million investment in Linden. Already, $30 million has been invested in the company to procure mobile equipment, and the launching of the metallurgical grade bauxite project, or MAZ project, will see installation of significant capital investments, a 9-kilometer conveyor system, self-propelled barges, the solar farm to which I alluded earlier, all of which will result, sir, in a very significant increase in production. In particular, sir, this investment alone is set to deliver 1 million tons by the end of 2024, and at peak 4.5 million tons a year. Mr. Speaker, as a result of this project, 500 additional persons will be employed in Linden, and another, that's in 2024, sir, and another 500 by the first half of 2025. Sand and stone. In 2023, stand was conducted at 31 legal operations, producing 7.8 million tons per year, a substantial increase from the 18 operations in 2020, which produced at the time less than 700,000 tons. Operations have expanded to include strategic stockpiles and ramping up of barging capability to serve the intensified demand for sand. Mr. Speaker, on quarry material, over the last 3 years, quarry capacity has moved from 6 at the end of 2020 to 10 functioning quarries in 2023, and more than doubling the amount being shipped from quarry sites. 4 of the 10 existing producers expanded capacity in 2023, and the other 6 are in the process of expanding. Over $20 million has been invested by the private sector in both small and large barges, tugs, pontoons, crushers, trucks, and cranes to increase capacity. And 2 major companies were able to move in 2023 from a license for exploration stage, or from the stage of license to explore, to a stage of actual production. This achievement within a year was unprecedented, but it signals private sector determination to participate in the ongoing construction boom. Manganese, sir, is expected to continue to grow, and as I alluded earlier, production and stockpiling will continue to ensure readiness to increase exports in 2024, even as the company actively works to address ongoing challenges. Meanwhile, sir, the company continues to employ over 280 persons this year, or currently rather. Forestry. Mr. Speaker, building on the strong recovery that the forestry sector has been able to demonstrate since our government took office, we will continue to support sustainable forest management and utilization. Work has continued on the Guyana Timber Legality Assurance System and is on track to qualify for certification under the EU FLECT program. During 2023, an additional 22 claims were issued, bringing the total to 550 small foresters, along with 22 medium-scale foresters who occupy 2.7 million hectares. In 2024, 2 large-scale investments totaling 250,000 hectares will be issued for expanded production and value added. Agriculture and food security. Mr. Speaker, since 2020, the agriculture sector has been experiencing a rapid transformation, evolving from a neglected, small-scale, rural-based, subsistence-level farming enterprises, as it was during 2015 to 2020, to dynamic, large-scale, plantation-scale industries. Agriculture and agribusiness enterprises are taking their rightful place as major producers and exporters poised to meet the challenges of food self-sufficiency and food security in Guyana and across the Caribbean. Mr. Speaker, in 2023, we expended the sum of $60.4 billion. Regions 2, 5, and livestock and poultry were distributed to develop agriculture, particularly in the hinterland and intermediate savannas. Mr. Speaker, in 2024, we will continue to promote investments in large-scale agriculture by opening up new lands, developing high-yielding, pest-resistant and climate-resilient crop varieties, encouraging the establishment of modern farms to facilitate the use of technology and more efficient farm practices, promoting increased aquaculture and shrimp farming, cultivating new crops and expanded livestock production, modernizing, upgrading, and strengthening both our drainage and irrigation and farm-to-market and infrastructure and support services. Furthermore, we will commission a tissue culture laboratory which is expected to produce 1 million plantlets per year. This increased production will facilitate ready availability and easy access of planting material. Mr. Speaker, in 2024, $97.6 billion is budgeted to advance and catalyze agricultural development. Mr. Speaker, September 2020, we invested in the rehabilitation and modernization of factories and kale fields. And over 4,600 workers were rehired, bringing total employment to over 8,100 employees across the industry. 8,100 persons working, sir. Many of whom, if not the majority of whom, were callously put out of work and put out of an income by the unconscionable actions of our friends on that side of the house. Mr. Speaker, it is expected that the conversion of lands for mechanized harvesting will continue in 2024, targeting an additional 7,100 hectares. Additional works will be completed on Albion and Blairmont packaging plants, the installation of a sugar dryer at Blairmont Estate, and the rehabilitation of heavy and light-duty revetments across the industry will strengthen the drainage system to allow timely delivery of harvested canes to the factories. Mr. Speaker, in 2024, the budget for 2024, sir, will contribute $6 billion to Gaisuco to further improve production and operational efficiency of the industry. Mr. Speaker, turning to rice. Turning to rice, our aim is to expand and develop the rice industry. And, sir, We are introducing new high-yielding varieties, providing adequately for improved drainage and irrigation systems and farm-to-market roads, and securing new markets and introduction of new technology. I hear, sir, our friends on that side of the house heckling that these are the same objectives as they were last year. Sir, if you are on the right path, you do precisely that. You stay on that path until you arrive at the destination. If, on the other hand, you are wandering and meandering blindly as they did for 5 years when they were in government, then you change direction randomly, whimsically and fancifully, month after month and week after week, changing your direction, changing your objectives, and changing your plans. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, in 2024, we will continue to invest in improving the quality and quantity of seed paddy available to the rice farmers. We will provide enhanced best practices in the cultivation of paddy. We will continue to research and develop high-yielding varieties with good milling and cooking qualities, and varieties that are salt-resistant and resistant to major rice diseases. We will evaluate the new G1410 high-yielding variety in farmers' fields in 2024. Mr. Speaker, in addition to drainage and irrigation, which I will address shortly, the sum of $1.3 billion will be expended by GRDB to support increased production and productivity in the rice industry. Other crops. Mr. Speaker, our government's commitment to diversify non-traditional agriculture has seen emerging transformation of the subsector with the expanded cultivation of corn, soybean, citrus, spices, coconuts, high-value crops such as broccoli, cauliflower, bell peppers, romaine lettuce, carrots, among others. To buttress the expanded production of non-traditional crops, we've invested in supporting infrastructure. We've invested in laboratory and extension services, and we're opening up new market opportunities. Mr. Speaker, in 2023, a sum of $1.9 billion was expended to support other crop interventions. In 2024, a sum of $2.6 billion will support the other crop sector. Corn and soybean. Mr. Speaker, government's collaboration with the private sector to roll out a development program for corn and soybean has been very successful. Over the last 3 years, we invested over $1.4 billion to develop the infrastructure within the Takama area to support the cultivation and production targets. This saw the completion of the access road to Takama, complemented by the now operational and very impressive drying and storage facility. Work has started on an access wharf at Takama and is slated for completion in 2024. A sum of $967.8 million is budgeted to improve the capacity of the Takama facility. Coconuts. 40,000 seedlings were produced and 40,000 seedlings were produced and 13,000 high-yielding coconut seed nuts were imported to improve coconut productivity across the country. 1,274 additional acres of coconut were cultivated and 297 farmers benefited from training. In 2024, government will continue to accelerate coconut production by investing in 39,000 high-yielding seed nuts, targeting 500 additional farmers. We will continue to pursue the conversion of $78 million is budgeted to support the coconut sector. Citrus and spices. Mr. Speaker, in 2023, we distributed over 51,000 kilograms of planting material for spices and 133,000 plantlets for citrus. Additionally, we invested in improving the processing capacity at Osororo, Puerto Rico, and Port Kaituma. These are slated for completion in 2024. We will distribute over 58,000 kilograms of planting material for spices and 25,000 plantlets for citrus in 2024. Moreover, we will be introducing for the first time the distribution of planting materials for spices such as nutmeg, black pepper, and cinnamon. A sum of $100 million is budgeted for these interventions. High-value crops. Mr. Speaker, in 2023, we procured an additional 200 shade houses as part of the Agriculture and Innovation Entrepreneurship Program. These shade houses will benefit young agri-entrepreneurs and increase production of high-value crops. Agro-processing. Mr. Speaker, our government's objective is to support the development of the agro-processing industry, including value chain development and market expansion for our products, while creating opportunities for sustained livelihoods for small entrepreneurs and communities. In 2023, sir, 2 refrigerated trucks were procured. The Oriala processing facility was rehabilitated. Equipment was installed in agro-processing facilities in Mabaluma, Puerto Rico, and Sofia. Solar dryers were established at Crabwood Creek and Napi, and new processing facilities were completed at Charity and Whitewater Creek. Additional works were advanced on the construction of a cold storage facility at Bartica, and solar dryers in Baracara, Koja Canal, and Camaran. These are scheduled for completion in 2024. Mr. Speaker, a sum of $1 to farmers and agro-processors on large scale. We will support ports post-harvest management through storage facilities. We will help to expand market opportunities, including with the establishment of 60 new Guyana shop locations throughout the country, and a sum of $527.4 million is budgeted to support agro-processing. Mr. Speaker, in livestock, in 2024, we aim to improve our services to the poultry industry through decentralized support facilities and production zones, establishment of a modular duck processing facility, development of a 65-acre plot or 65-acre plots for pastures to enhance sheep production, and the upgrading of quarantine stations to prevent the entry of exotic animal diseases into the country. To this end, $1.5 billion is budgeted. Mr. Speaker, in fisheries, we will continue to invest in the growth of brackish water and Vaname shrimp production, as well as propel the development of cage culture for tambaki. A fish feed mill will be established at Monrepo. This facility will support the production of both floating and sinking feed for fish and shrimp. The projected production capacity of the feed mill is currently 2 tons per hour to meet current demand and future needs. And Mr. Speaker, a sum of $1.2 billion has been allocated for fisheries and aquaculture development initiatives in 2024. Mr. Speaker, you will hear about the black belly sheep. There is so much to be said, sir, within the agriculture sector, that when my honorable leader, when my honorable, you will, the distinguished, might I remind you, sir, might I remind you, sir, that the distinguished Minister of Agriculture is the Executive Secretary of the People's Progressive Party, a man I am proud to call one of my leaders. A man I'm proud to call and serve as one of my party's leaders. Mr. Speaker, in 20, Mr. Speaker, my colleague, the distinguished Minister of Agriculture, one of the distinguished leaders of the People's Progressive Party, will next week address you on the remarkable and exciting developments in every subsector of the agriculture sector, a sector that the APNU AFC not only neglected, but actively endeavored to destroy as an act of political vindictiveness. But not only has the People's Progressive Party civic government resuscitated the agriculture sector and breathed life into it again, but today, sir, the agriculture sector is alive and well and growing and thriving and prospering. Mr. Speaker, in 2024, on drainage and irrigation, I like it, Mr. Speaker, I like it when they get agitated. I like it when they get restless and agitated. It's a sign of their resignation to perpetual defeat. When they get agitated, they know they have no answer for this People's Progressive Party civic government. Sir, in 2024, we, sir, will continue to invest in drainage and irrigation. We will purchase 40 mobile pumps to augment the other interventions we're implementing. We will begin work on at least two of the 3 Hope-like canal structures. bringing lasting relief to the citizens and farmers of Regions 5 and 6. Sir, we built the Hope Canal in Region 4, but you would not be acquainted with that. Sir, Mr. Speaker, for the two major investments to which I just alluded, for the purchase of 40 mobile pumps and for the work on the two Hope-like canals, sir, sums totaling $29.4 billion have been budgeted. In 2024, we will continue work on several other pump stations like A-Line Sluice, Bellevue, Canal Number 1, Charity, Cottage, Kosher, Jimbo Grove, Letterkenny, Metamersor. We will invest in pump stations at Chesney, Farm, Grove South. In 2024, we will continue to rehabilitate canals throughout the country, including at Big Baibu, Brickery, Bushy Park, Coverdale, amongst others. Mr. Speaker, a sum of $72.3 billion is budgeted to upgrade and maintain the national drainage and irrigation network. I turn now, sir, to sustainable tourism. Mr. Speaker, tourism Tourism, sir, has always been a sector in which we enjoy a comparative advantage with a world-class product of a few very specific constraints. And the sector is poised for a dramatic takeoff. Mr. Speaker, it is expected in 2024 we will witness a truly historic year in relation to developments in the tourism sector for reasons I will shortly outline. Before I do so, it is worthwhile to note that the number of arrivals in 2023 amounted to 319,056 visitors, the highest number ever. And amounting, of course it's Guyanese coming because they're coming now. During 2015 to 2020, they were going. Of course it's Guyanese coming. I will tell you this. I may have been a single prominent person. I may have been a single person. Sir, I may have been a single. I can't help it, Honorable Sheriff Duncan, if you're unemployable anywhere in the world. You were unemployable at the Chronicle when APNU was in government. You were unemployable in Chronicle when APNU was in government. Sir, I can't help it if I am employable anywhere in the world. I, sir, have the good fortune that when my mother sent me to school, I went to school. I am employable anywhere in the world. You are not even employable at Chronicle. You are not even employable at Chronicle. When your own government was in office, the APM Chandan, Geeta Chandan fired you. Geeta Chandan fired him. Geeta Chandan fired him under the Doctor government. Very good, sir. PFC government. Let the record reflect that Geeta Chandan Edmonds fired him at the Chronicle. Fired him for fraud at Chronicle. And has the audacity to come here to heckle me. You imagine, sir, the Honorable Sheriff Duncan fired by Geeta Chandan when they were in government for fraud at the Chronicle. You pay back the Chronicle their money yet? You pay back Chronicle their money yet? He pay back Chronicle. Where is Geeta Chandan? Where is Geeta Chandan? Sheriff Duncan pay back Chronicle yet? You pay back Chronicle yet? Mr. Speaker, I will say, Mr. Speaker, I will say this though. I will also say this, that this is how, I will digress for a moment. This is how democracies work. Democracies work in the following manner. When you lose an election, sir, you either proceed to opposition or you exit politics and do something else. You don't hold on to power with your fingernails clinging. You don't hold on to power with your fingernails clinging for months.
Honorable members, please. We owe it to the person on the floor to listen to them.
Anyway, sir. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, apparently, sir, the reminder of how Geeta Chandan disposed of him has agitated him a lot. Anyway, sir, moving swiftly on. In the tourism sector, sir, as I indicated earlier, Mr. Speaker, the volume and cost of airlift into Guyana. And you, sir, know this better than most because, of course, you, sir, were once a Minister of Tourism. The volume and cost of airlift into Guyana has historically been one of the key factors constraining growth in the tourism sector. In order to ensure the expansion of airline routes and seat volumes, our government has maintained efforts to improve connectivity between Guyana and the rest of the world with new services and routes. Notably, sir, in March 2023, British Airways introduced a twice-weekly service from London via St. Lucia's. In September 2023, sir, Canada Jetlines, in collaboration with FlyAlways, improved access to the Canadian market by introducing a twice-weekly service to Toronto. In December 2023, sir, Suriname Airways introduced a Bridgetown-Georgetown Paramaribo service. Mr. Speaker, these new services, as well as additional flights put on by current carriers, together added 150,234 seats, or 14% more than in 2022. Looking ahead, sir, United Airlines has announced the introduction of a service from Houston to Georgetown, 4 times weekly, to commence from April 2024. This provides yet another route into the US with improved connectivity to third cities in the US and beyond, and will ease the pressure and increase availability on existing Miami and New York services. In June 2024, American Airlines will expand their services with an additional daily flight between Miami and Georgetown. Mr. Speaker, the new services by United and American will add 137,268 new seats to the market in 2024. These will make a huge impact on seat availability, pricing, and commuter options and convenience. Mr. Speaker, alongside airlifts, hotel room capacity is also poised for a significant increase, thereby addressing the second major constraint, that of the availability and cost of international standard rooms. In this regard, our government has actively worked to attract private investment in the industry, and I'm happy to report that over 1,000 world-class rooms will be added to the stock by the end of 2024. Importantly, sir, many of these are from internationally recognized chains, including an Aden Best Western in Georgetown, expected to open its doors by May and add 150 rooms, a Marriott Courtyard at Timeri, expected to open by August, adding another 150 rooms, a 4 Points Sheraton at Providence, poised for completion by December, adding 172 new rooms, an AC Marriott at Ogle, expected to open its doors by December, adding 152 new rooms, a Hyatt Place at Providence on the east coast of Demerara, expected to open by December and adding 160 rooms, and construction will continue on several other hotel properties. In addition, sir, I shouldn't allow myself to be distracted on Julie. But of course, by the time we speak, unlike the leader of the opposition, or our name, Mr. Speaker, I turn now to the business process outsourcing sector. Mr. Speaker, the BPO sector is a major employer, creating more jobs than most other sectors in the country, and in particular jobs that are especially popular with the female workforce, and jobs that provide an important entry point into the world of work in a technology-based environment. Reflecting the sector's job creation potential, our government will continue to support the development and expansion of the sector in Guyana. Since the liberalization and creation of a competitive telecommunications sector, mere months after we resumed office in 2020, we have seen an extremely significant reduction in the cost of bandwidth, allowing for the expansion of the call center industry and the promise of job creation. In 2019, call centers paid $950 per megabit of data. Today, that price is $50 per megabit of data or lower. That, sir, is approximately 95% lower than it was in 2019. It has made communication costs in Guyana amongst the most competitive in the call center industry. Small wonder then, sir, that the BPO industry has created almost 2,000 jobs since we returned to office. In 2023, sir, in line with our government's agenda to ensure development and job creation across the geographic spread, we built 4 new call center shells, 2 in Essequibo and 2 in Berbice, with all of these facilities expected to be operational in 2024. This direct intervention by government has the potential to create 800 additional jobs within the BPO sector, with the potential to scale up to 1,600. Facilities at Enmore and Tushen are also being upgraded, with each having the capacity to employ an additional 300 persons. Mr. Speaker, in 2024, our government will construct 2 new call centers in Region 5, with the capacity to create an additional 800 jobs. And we will continue to work with the industry to position Guyana as a preferred BPO destination. Small business support. Mr. Speaker, in addition to all of the investments that we're making in infrastructure, such as energy infrastructure to reduce the cost of electricity, in order to position small businesses to take advantage of the opportunities that abound, the following initiatives are being pursued. We're constructing, rehabilitating, and upgrading industrial estates across the country. To this end, sir, we will commence industrial development in Wales and advance works in regions 2 and 10, for which 3.3 billion is allocated. We will support the availability of easy credit and grant support, including through the provision of startup grants and the operationalization of the collateral guarantee program to stimulate the growth of small businesses. A sum of $450 million is allocated for the replenishment of the Small Business Development Fund and $331 million for the Small Business Bureau for investments, for initiatives that will contribute to small and micro business development. Mr. Speaker, we will continue to train small business owners. An additional 2,800 business owners will be trained in specialized business development programs, particularly in 5 key sectors: apiculture, farming, livestock, poultry rearing, and micro enterprise. In addition, sir, a number of other initiatives that we're implementing that will benefit small businesses include the electronic single window for trade transactions, the national quality for which the sum of $600 million is budgeted, the National Quality Infrastructure Laboratory currently under construction, for which a sum of $1.25 billion is budgeted, and the construction of the Food and Drug Laboratory, for which a sum of $500 million is budgeted. I turn now, sir, to transformational infrastructure. Energy expansion and diversification. Our objectives in this sector, sir, are to meet our short-term energy needs, invest in doubling our generating capacity for the medium term, advance the transition towards cleaner and more renewable energy, rebuild our transmission and distribution network to offtake the projected increases in generating capacity, invest in. Some of our main initiatives are as follows. An additional 28.9 megawatts of emergency power, which was procured last year at a cost of $5.9 billion and is being installed at the Columbia substation to add to our base load generating capacity, will become fully operational by February 2024. Works have advanced on the construction of the flagship 300 megawatt gas to energy project. To facilitate this, the marine offloading facility was completed and 26 kilometers of offshore pipelines installed. Mr. Speaker, this year, the gas to energy project will benefit from a budgetary allocation of $80 billion to advance this project and its associated infrastructure. Mr. Speaker, sustainable power from the 165 megawatt Amila Falls hydropower project will augment our energy mix. In this regard, we went out for a revised RFP, 25 firms registered for the project, of which 4 submitted pre-qualification documentation. These are currently, sir, being evaluated. Work on the mini hydropower facilities in Kumu and Makamaka were substantially advanced. This year, sir, $1.3 billion is budgeted to complete these facilities. Mr. Speaker, to prepare our offtake capacity for increased generation from multiple sources, we are replacing transformers, installing new distribution feeders, and commence works on a new 69 kV transmission line from Kingston to Sophia. In relation to increasing solar power generating capacity, a 1.5 megawatt solar farm was commissioned in Bartica. Work advanced on a solar farm in 0.65 megawatt solar farm in Madhya, which will be completed in the first quarter of this year. Work will commence on a 10 megawatt solar farm in Berbice, an 8 megawatt solar farm in Essequibo, and a 0.6 megawatt solar farm in Legwan. An amount of $4.8 billion has been budgeted to finance these initiatives. Solar PV system mini grids were installed in 21 communities, including such areas as Baramita, Capuí, Cuevana, Orial, and Siparuta. These mini grids now supply renewable energy to 285 public and community buildings. $350 million has been budgeted for new mini grid systems in a number of other locations. Mr. Speaker, at the household level, in the off-grid hinterland and riverine communities, 26,398 solar panels were delivered, bringing electricity to many of these homes for the very first time. In 2024, a further 3,602 solar panels will be distributed. Mr. Speaker, to improve reliability by reducing erratic voltage drop and network losses, and also to improve access to electricity, $180 million is also budgeted to upgrade the primary distribution networks at Aichuni, Kumaka, and Pakwani. Mr. Speaker, once these projects are all completed, and many of them, as you know, including the larger ones, are already in progress, we will be generating and delivering adequate electricity to meet our needs, and we will be able to bring the cost of electricity down to half of what it currently is. With these in mind, A sum of $95.7 billion is budgeted for the energy sector in 2024. $95.7 billion. Transport infrastructure, roads and bridges. Mr. Speaker, let me mention some of the major highlights in this sector. Starting, Mr. Speaker, perhaps from the east and moving westwards, and then southwards. Mr. Speaker, in collaboration with our Surinamese counterparts, we advanced the procurement process for the new Quarantine River Bridge in 2023. We expect a contract will be signed and construction commence in 2024. That's the Quarantine River Bridge. On the Quarantine Highway, we are planning and budgeting for that road to be converted into a 4-lane highway. Work has already commenced on the reconstruction of 99 structures and the removal of utilities from the right-of-way. Across the Berbice River, despite the stellar service provided by the Berbice River Bridge, since its completion by a previous PPPC government, in collaboration with private partners, the demand for movement of goods, particularly over the river, is already exceeding the capacity for this bridge. Constantly, sir, work has commenced to examine the possibility. Continuing westwards, construction of the new Demerara River Bridge progressed significantly in 2023. Budget 2024 includes a sum of $19.7 billion to advance construction of this bridge. On West Demerara and moving towards East Bank Berbice, works advanced on the construction of a new 4-lane highway from Meerzorgen to Sconard and from Sconard to Crane. In the first half of this year, the Sconard to Crane section of the highway will be completed. Amount of $9 billion is budgeted to advance these works in 2024. We are also developing the Parika to Goshen and the Sandhills to Macquarie link, which will facilitate movement from the Essequibo River to the Demerara River. Works continue on clearing this alignment. An amount of $1.5 billion has been budgeted to advance these works. Sir, returning to Demerara and looking southwards, works were completed on the Diamond to Grove Bypass Road to facilitate the upgrading of the East Bank Highway from Good Success to Timeri. An amount of $4.1 billion has been allocated to advance this work. As I mentioned earlier, sir, works also continued on the construction of the East Coast to East Bank Road linkage from Ogle to Eccles. An amount of $15.5 billion has been budgeted to advance that road. We commissioned a new 4-lane road, as I mentioned earlier, from Sheriff Mandela all the way to Diamond. And this year we will continue the construction of the Diamond to Busby Dam highway that will ultimately connect to the Busby Dam to Timeri 4-lane highway. An amount of $8 billion is budgeted for this work to continue. Additionally, sir, rehabilitation of the Linden-Soesdijk Highway is expected to begin in 2024. The procurement process has already been launched, and a sum of $10 billion has been allocated to commence work in 2024. I hear, sir, the leader of the opposition inquiring whether it is 2 lanes. And I'm tempted, sir, to ask him how many lanes the APNU AFC built for the people of Linden between 2015 and 2020. How many lanes? How many lanes did the APNU during the Granger presidency? But the party with which he's associated while they were in government, I know that he didn't particularly have any influential position in the government, but the party with which he's associated in government and the party of which he was once general secretary did not build, sir, even a bicycle bridge at Wismar. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, when one loses an election, one demits office gracefully, and one moves on sometimes to other pursuits in life. That is what people do in a democracy. Look around the world. Look around the world. When you believe in democracy and you lose an election, you demit office gracefully and you move on to do something else in life. You don't cling to government. You don't cling to government because you're incapable of doing anything else. Some of us, sir, exited office gracefully in 2015. And you try to rig the election to hold on to power because you're hoping for get back your chronicle work. Like you're hoping Chandan would have reversed the dismissal. Moving swiftly on. Mr. Speaker, when we lost the election, I want to place this on record in this National Assembly. Sir, when we lost the election in 2015, I demitted office and exited politics. I demitted office and exited politics. And I was living my life quietly. I was living my life quietly, sir. Earning a living quietly as a private citizen. Mr. Speaker, you know who bring me back to Guyana? The APNU AFC bring me back to Guyana. And when they did that, sir, and imposed political persecution against me, I vowed then that I will devote the rest of my life to keeping them out of office. And so I will do. I was happily, quietly living my life, sir. They brought me back. They brought me. You bring me back. And I will spend the rest of my life keeping you there. I will spend the rest of... You bring me back. I left quietly. Sir, I left quietly. minding my own business. They bring me back. And now that they bring me back, I gotta stay here and I gotta keep them out of government for the rest. Mr. Speaker, construction, sir, of the new Wismar Bridge, the very bridge to which I referred a few minutes ago, is expected to begin in 2024, for which we have budgeted a sum of $4.2 billion. Mr. Speaker, in addition to those major highways and bridges, we have been upgrading community roads and streets in every single village. Mr. Speaker, in 2024, perhaps I should step back. In 2023, we spent $60.7 billion on community roads. In 2024, we have budgeted a further sum of $73.2 billion for community roads. And this will see hundreds of community roads rehabilitated throughout the length in each region, totaling thousands along the length and breadth of coastal Guyana. Mr. Speaker, in 2024, we will continue our investments on hinterland roads, for which a sum of $5.5 billion is budgeted. Mr. Speaker, in 2024 also, given, sir, the upgrades that are being done to our roads network,
You would be my subordinate. Stay quiet.
Sir.
You are an advisor in our ministry. Stay quiet.
Sir.
My subordinate. Let the man speak his budget, sir. Stay quiet.
Recognizing, sir, that the vast upgrades that are being done to our roads network raise, sir, the issue of road safety. Mr. Government will be implementing a robust road safety of information technology solutions to manage traffic, including the development of a new radar system and new and supportive laws and regulations. These interventions are, of course, sir, aimed at improving discipline and reducing carnage on our roadways. Mr. Speaker, with all of these objectives and major projects in mind, to upgrade our roads and bridges network, a total of $204.1 billion has been allocated. Air transport. In 2024, $2.3 billion has been allocated towards completion of a number of airstrips on which we have already commenced work, as well as rehabilitation and maintenance of several others. These include Mbaimadai, Kaichor, Kaikan, and Matthews Ridge. River transport. Mr. Speaker, in 2023, we spent a sum of $8 billion on our river transport facilities. Some of the key initiatives undertaken in 2023 and budgeted for in 2024 are as follows. The commissioning, of course, of the militia, which is now already plying the route. Works on the ML Thomas, the ML David P, Seamang, Spritbar, dry docking of the Sandaka were all completed. This year, rehabilitation works on the MV Malali, Macauria, and Barima will be done, for which $405 million has been budgeted. Mr. Speaker, a number of stellings are already underway on locations such as Parika, Supanam, and Wakanam, where $1 billion has been budgeted. Mr. Speaker, in 2023, we completed the procurement of a tug. That vessel is expected to arrive shortly and will enhance our navigation services. We will also construct and rehabilitate navigational aids. A sum of $950 million has been allocated to support navigational aid interventions. All told, sir, Budget 2024 includes $8.1 billion to improve river transportation. Sea and river defense. Mr. Speaker, it needs no elaboration that rising sea levels pose a threat to our coastal plain. In response to this, we've embarked on a multifaceted approach to reinforce coastal resistance. In 2024, a sum of $6.9 billion is budgeted towards enhancing the resilience of our sea defense structures. Works will commence on such areas as Baijaval, Baijaval, Cane Garden, Fairfield, Grove, La Resource, Springlands, Iflut, and Legwan and Wakenham, amongst others. I turn now, sir, to the health sector. Mr. Speaker, as is the case with every other sector, the health sector is currently undergoing a major transformation.
That's right.
Facilities, equipment, and drugs. With the aim of expanding and upgrading health facilities and diagnostic capabilities, key initiatives include the construction of a world-class pediatric and maternal hospital in Ogle has commenced and will continue in 2024, for which a sum of $10.3 billion has been budgeted. The ground was just broken, I believe, last weekend, if I'm not mistaken, Saturday or Sunday, Sunday. The ground was just broken for a new world-class hospital at New Amsterdam, for which $6.2 billion has been budgeted. Construction has commenced and is being advanced on 6 regional hospitals at Bath, Dikendren, Diamond, Enmore, Lima, and number 75 Village, and will continue in 2020 at an estimated cost of $10 billion. Hospitals will be constructed at Camarang, Keto, Moruca, as well as upgrade of the Letem Hospital at a cost of $1.5 billion in 2024. The retrofitting of health centers, health posts, and other facilities. Retrofitting and rehabilitation will continue countrywide, and $5 billion has been budgeted to finance these interventions. Mr. Speaker, to ensure adequate capabilities in terms of medical and non-medical equipment, $2.9 billion has been budgeted for expansion of our equipment inventory. Human resource capacity. Mr. Speaker, like many developing countries around the world, Guyana continues to be challenged by competition for the services of our healthcare professionals, especially nurses. As you know, as we would all know, sir, many of the major metropolises are actively recruiting nurses from jurisdictions such as ours, and we're not immune from that global phenomenon. Mr. Speaker, in relation to in relation to our healthcare professionals, we are investing heavily in the training of healthcare professionals, including nurses, with the construction of 2 new health science training facilities, one at Saudi and one at New Amsterdam, and I believe the one at Saudi also recently had a breaking of the ground or turning of the sod just a couple of days ago. I saw my colleague, the distinguished Minister of Health, leading that activity. In 2023, there was an intake of over 2,000 students to the medical services program. And in 2024, a cohort of over 3,500 students, of which approximately 2,000 relate to persons enrolled in the nursing program. And we have said publicly, anybody who has the qualifications and wishes to be trained as a nurse need only apply and will be accepted and will be trained by the government to become a nurse. As anybody who is suitably qualified meets the entry requirements. Mr. Speaker, I will say this. Sir. Even if we are training for exports, they are Guyanese people, and we, the People's Progressive Party, will train them. We will not do like the APNU, AFC, and refuse to train them because you don't want to lose them. They're Guyanese, and we will train them. And they may be employable in Guyana, or they may be employable somewhere else. But they're Guyanese, and we will not deny them the training opportunity. Mr. Speaker, we have also increased the number of doctors, nurses, and other healthcare professionals under several bilateral agreements and arrangements, including our arrangement with the Cuban Medical Brigade from 192, who have provided excellent service to Guyana over the years, from 192 in 2023 to a projected 500 in 2024. Mr. Speaker, under chronic diseases, we have a comprehensive agenda addressing a number of diseases, including diabetes and the full rollout of the Lusignan Center. I will today, sir, so we have, including, of course, that we have ramped up screening for non-communicable diseases. In 2023, we screened over 54,000 persons. In 2023, we screened over 54,000. In 2024, we are planning to reach as much as 70,000 persons to be screened. But I want in particular, sir, to mention that we will be ramping up significantly screening for cervical cancer amongst our women folk, including expanding services to include HPV testing. And I wish, sir, to announce that an amount of $3.8 billion has been allocated in this year's budget for a dedicated intervention to ramp up capabilities to detect and fight cervical cancer. $3.8 billion. Communicable diseases. Mr. Speaker, we continue to execute programs which seek to mitigate the spread of transmittable diseases, including HIV, tuberculosis, leprosy, filaria, and hepatitis C, including the rollout of programs for treatment of viral hepatitis C, the distribution of long-lasting insecticidal mosquito nets as protection from malaria. We anticipate a mass distribution of insecticidal nets, anti-malarial insecticidal nets in 2024. We anticipate over 130,000 persons will benefit in regions 1, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Maternal and child health. Apart from the maternal and child hospital to which I've just alluded, which of course constitutes the major investment in this subsector, we continue our schools health program to screen and provide the relevant follow-up for nursery school students. To date, 11,205 students have been screened, with 350 accessing post services. In 2024, we will expand this service to primary schools, and we're hoping to reach 87,000 students. We've also introduced such initiatives as maternal waiting homes, as well as training of traditional birth attendants, which has led to a reduction in maternal mortality in regions 1 and 8, which in fact recorded 0 deaths in 2023. Mr. Speaker, for the continued transformation of the health sector into one which ultimately meets world-class standards. In 2024, we have provided a budget to education. Mr. Speaker, it goes without saying that education is absolutely critical to the realization of our national objectives, not only ensuring that every single Guyanese person of working age has an adequate opportunity to acquire the skills that are needed to participate meaningfully in the world of work, but also ensuring that the new and emergent economy has an adequate supply of skilled labor and labor with relevant skills. Mr. Speaker, in 2023, the sum of $105 billion was spent by the education sector. I wish, sir, to address some of the main interventions under the following broad categories. Ensuring access by upgrading and expanding schools' infrastructure. Mr. Speaker, we have set ourselves an objective to achieve and maintain, and I believe in relation to primary, we have achieved, and in secondary, we are well on our way to achieving universal access to education. This requires at a minimum adequate places in the school system across our national geography, bearing in mind, of course, the geographic distribution of our population. We have been, and we will continue to invest in adequate schools infrastructure to ensure that every single child has a comfortable place in nursery, primary, and secondary education. Mr. Speaker, key interventions are as follows. In 2023, we completed several new secondary schools countrywide, including Abrams Ewell, Good Hope, Yarrow Cabra, St. Rose's High, annexes at Bishop's High and Queen's College, amongst others. We advanced works at Christ Church, Hosororo, Karasabay, North Rumvelt, Northwest, St. Mary's, and Tushen, as well as St. George's High, amongst others. We will continue work on all of these buildings in 2024, and we will begin secondary schools at other locations, including Aishalton, Christianburg, Jawala, Kopinang, and Maikobi, amongst others. Mr. Speaker, sums totaling more than $16 billion have been allocated for secondary school buildings. Primary schools were completed at Arterville on Wakenham and in Tushen. In 2023, in 2024, construction has been budgeted. Of course, rehabilitative work will be done on dormitories and teachers' living quarters. Mr. Speaker, I'm not sure, sir. The leader of the opposition is anxious for me to stay the course because he wouldn't want me to repeat what I think I just heard him say. The leader of the opposition very quickly said to me, stay the course, because he doesn't want me to repeat what I believe I heard him say. Honorable leader of the opposition, because you are the leader of the opposition, I will stay the course, sir, and return to my speech. Sir, notwithstanding that we might be on opposite sides of the house, those of us on this side of the house are still capable of displaying some amount of respect. And you are the leader of the opposition, sir. So I will pretend, sir, that I didn't hear what you said and move on. Very well, honorable leader of the opposition. Mr. Speaker, towards the construction, rehabilitation, and maintenance of school buildings and educational facilities, a total of $28.7 billion has been budgeted. Promoting attendance and attentiveness through cash transfers and school feeding. Mr. Speaker, in 2023, the Because We Care cash grant and uniform grant benefited over 201,000 public and private school students at a cost of $8.1 billion. Distribution of those grants will continue in 2024, and we expect will benefit some 205,000 students. Mr. Speaker, in 2023, we introduced school grants for schools to purchase supplies for their classrooms at a cost of $890